hijau, nice. Yeah. Halo guys. Aduh, siang-siang gini ada yang nonton nggak ya? Mama aku takut. Yeah, yo. Welcome to the stream guys. Aduh, ini yang gue tunggu nih. Nah, aku meminta ikan tadi nggak apa-apa, kelar aja. Oke. Loh, ilham. Wah, add friend aja deh. Hah, no. Terus nama di add friend anjir. Aku pengen mutualan sama host robot, waduh. Seram juga. Jadi kita bakal live stream Fontaine hari ini guys. Gua nggak tahu nih bakal seram apa. Suaraku udah ada nggak belum? Dan oh ya, kalau misalkan warnetnya rame, maaf ya guys. Bentar, kita itu Nahida. Benar. Ya benar. Oh iya, Paimonnya begitu dan lihat dan sama kita ya. Itu makanya. Aduh. Suaraku kecil nggak dan? Gua itu di 50. Dah. Segini paling. Terus di sini audio musiknya di 7 aja. Agak kecil. Ah. Saya 35 aja. Atau 31. 3,1 dB. Oke dah. Lagi sengau guys, sorry. Di upchat tambahin filter gain. Hah? Filter gain? Filter gain. Mana di mix aux? Bentar. Bagian mikrofonnya. Oke. Bentar, audio filternya masih loading. Ah. Oh, gain. Oh, oke. Nah, gainnya berapa dan? Di situ berapa? 0,00 dB. Iya, 0,00 dB. 3. Hah? 3.0 atau 0,30? 3,0 apa? Apa 0,30? Udah 3 dB deh, 3 dB dah. Ini anjir kuning hijau. Oke dah. Host. Oh, suaranya kedengeran ya guys? Kedengeran gak sih? Ya, tadi udah ada mapel kayaknya. Oh, I got it now. Oh, yeah.
Coba tambahin sampai 9 di filternya.
19.
Coba kok komennya agak. Nah, 9 coba.
Oh, bentar. Kayaknya 19. 8, 9. Nah, gimana Dan? Dah nih. Masih kedengeran ya? Oh, merah langsung Dan. What the hell? Ya udah kalau udah merah. Loh. Merah berarti atur sampai 90. Loh. Ya udah kalau merah berarti segitu aja. Udah jelas kok. Oke, sip. Ah, capek gue. Ya, Dani ke spoiler tuh. Spoiler nggak apa-apa Dan. Oh, oke. Kita mau sidang. Terakhir kali sidang kita ngapain ya? Nyari perkara. Nggak bisa ke situ ternyata, sialan. Mana itu tadi?
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Terakhir kali sih kaitannya yang pelakunya kabur lewat vent, cuman nggak tahu, masih kurang tahu. Oh iya, audio desktopnya dikecilin Mil. Iya, pakai bagian mikrofon itu, bagian mikrofon. Aman. Desktop audionya di 70 kali ya?
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Bentar ya. Sabar. Up. Aduh, ketutupan dan nih kecilan. Nah, menurutmu aja Mel, kalau masih lebih tinggi dari mic berarti turunin. Oh, oke. Sip.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands.
Oke, dia di 9 dB aja deh. Sip.
Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Masih kegedean. Now, coba minus 12, oke. 12,5 deh.
Best of luck to you.
Sabar, masih adegan coy, sabar.
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
Nah, gimana Dan? Suaranya masih gede nggak? Aduh. Udah cukup harusnya, oke.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up
Siang,
empty-handed.
Alva.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Ah. Oh, oke oke. Nah, sedih. Dan hilang dari voice guys. Ntar gua geser. Sip.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Oh, lagunya langsung.
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Aduh, malas banget sama Furina, coy. Aku capek banget.
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Objection. Ya ampun.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
What do you
That
mean?
is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were
Turunkan
inside
tahta
your
Furina.
box?
Turunkan. Aduh, kesel banget sama Furina.
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
Ah, yang di desktop dikecilin lagi. Berapa, coy? 15 deh. Nah, dah segini.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Wah, ini orang dibayar sih, yakin gue.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You
Dah,
never
aman lah.
know what can
Ya
happen
ampun.
in the blink of an eye. And of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Oh, shit.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Wow.
The House of the Hearth?
Hah? Furina kon. Patuy.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatuis.
Demi apa dia
Now
patuy,
it all
coy?
makes sense.
Nggak mungkin lah.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Oh no.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
What the hell?
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
Ano, niya believe ako.
Comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Oh, shit. Oke, Dani. Terlalu gemes dengan Archon 1 ini, benar.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh, makin ini.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Oke. Wah, ini orang gila sih.
In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Capek banget sama Furina, anjir.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two.
Oh.
We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
Sabar.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Okay.
I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Alright.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Dan dari mana kami bisa yakin kalau omonganmu barusan bukan lagi. Aduh.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Oh.
Well, you both say that, but...
Kamu selagi triknya berlangsung ya.
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Okay.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Kenapa kamu ingin tahu cara?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
Okay.
If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Halo AK. Aka, nggak tahu.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
Yeah.
The current problem is that the scales. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Oh, okay. Aduh.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial.
Wow.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Wow. Oh my god, apa ini coy? Oh, bantu guys. Ini gimana aja? Wah.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise.
Anjir.
And so Linney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
Dari mana? Ya ampun.
And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description?
Key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linney experienced and what he saw.
Ah. Ah, shit. Aduh, bingung gue. Gimana ya?
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's
Oh, berhasil
core.
dibantah dong.
This is the actual truth.
Oh.
It seems that Linny did not take part in the underground altercation.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Wow. Berhasil membantah. Oke. Oke.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Kalo hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
They have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims? Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole... You're saying that he wasn't?
Oh, shit. Yang mana nih, guys?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny
sorry,
had
sorry,
already
diem, guys.
entered
Lagi
the
fokus.
basement
Lagi
via
fokus.
the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has
Paimon
now
naman.
become the best proof
made! To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she... The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third...
Hipotesis keliru. Berarti dia.
The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's...
Sorry guys.
That can't be right. The killer.
Oh, is that so? How interesting!
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowl did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny.
Oh no.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped...
Gimana ya guys? Oh, ini bener-bener.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. The deceased's name is Cowl, Linny's assistant. Linny was not in the tunnel at...
Oh, berarti oke.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. No one entered or left the
Oh.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is
Oh
growing
my god,
impatient?
ini membingungkan
There
guys.
is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Kalo, Lenny. The vase was not broken by chance. It was...
Akhirnya.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Bacot lo po rin ah.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it
Turut
wouldn't
yan,
hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Kalo.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Oh my
Could
god.
something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Oh, ramalan.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
What?
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. But we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Okay.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Oh.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was something else within the... The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Huh?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linney. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead the water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic box.
Oh, even the...
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linney's...
Aduh, bingung gue.
The water from the primordial sea should all... I remember there was something else within the inner layer. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this? Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another The rope that strung the water tank up.
Aduh, gue bingung guys. Ada yang bisa bantu?
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for
No.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The rope that strung the water tank... Now it seems like the hook rope was not... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linney's assistant. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here... I remember there was something else within the inner layer. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Aduh, bingung gue sumpah sama Fontaine, coy.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another... The deceased's name is Cowell. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linney's assistant.
Oh, barang apa yang digunakan menurut
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead... The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by
Aku nggak ngeliat,
the water
guys.
from the primordial. I remember there was something else within the inner. The deceased's name is Kalo. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism. The water from the primordial sea should already have. I remember there was something else with.
Ah, akhirnya. Ya ampun. Gua nggak ngeliat ininya, guys. Sorry. Lama juga ya mikirnya. Aduh.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again!
Ah, berisik banget
In
anjing.
the original plan, Kalo would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Kalo would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of.
No, akhirnya.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal
Oh
effects.
no, ni orang sih, wah.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift
Oh my god, malas banget coy.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Kalo then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Kalo out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Anjing. Aduh, gue kesel banget coy. Coy.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
Oh my goodness. Menyebalkan guys.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. Is this the end of the road?
Okay.
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
No.
Now then, my good, noble Chief
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny.
What in the world is she?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
Okay.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after—
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was on to me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Let's go.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. The flower vase... Lillian was a
And it's Ace Detective time on time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked.
Sorry. Aku lanjut.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard.
Okay.
Hearing the commotion, Kalo leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect,
Yeah,
he
aku lagi
tried
live.
to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Kalo out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Bagus.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow. Look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Kalo, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be... To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Kalo thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Kalo entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Nice.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Oh.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Cuckoo Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes. Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Oh, shit.
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Jadi air goblok.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Wow. Ya ampun, robot ini tuh.
So, we're just going back now?
Oh no.
That's true.
But
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Okay.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight.
Okay.
I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
What the hell?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Uh-oh.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
Oh my god.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, He was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
Okay.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
Gak tahu aja.
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Memang setan. Ya ampun. Aduh, ngakak banget gue. Hukumnya nggak beda jauh, guys. Tahu kan maksudnya? Lawak banget tuh, iya. Anjir.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in...
Bentar ya. Okay.
All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Saweria to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from
Tanah
small
air,
deeds
coy.
like distributing magic pockets
Tanah
to
air,
huge
coy.
schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Oh my god. Achievementnya. Kalau putusannya bersalah gimana ya guys? Ya ampun. Oh, Navia.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, This whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Lawak.
I see.
Lawak.
I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too.
Nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa, Taylor Swift.
It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer.
Diam lu penyuka bocil, astagfirullah.
Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners,
Cocok
huh?
kamu. Oh, kamu gitu.
Well, I just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal,
salah
so
aku
it shouldn't
anjir,
take up too
lawak
much of your
banget.
time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, kill Paimon in!
Tai lu Paimon. Paimon mah makan mulu, udah.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Play victim nih. Quest selesai. Aduh. Banyak quest ya gue liat nih. Wah. Sudah mulai mangkir saja dari pengadilan. Astagfirullah. Genshin Impact not responding. Jangan dong. Ya, not responding lagi. Ya ampun. Ya ampun, not responding lagi. Hukum tidak penting, balas dendam nomor. lihat chat publik deh, Dan. Lihat chat publik. Ya ampun. Oh ya, aku mau jalan-jalan di sini. Kita belum jalan-jalan ya. Ya, burungnya terbang loh. Nggak kena lagi. Cuma satu lagi. Ini hydrosigil ya, nanti. Tenang, aman. Harusnya di sini ada bisikan katanya guys, cuman harus ke Act 2 dulu. Kita kemana sih? Oh, sana. Ya ampun, ini harus gue bukain gak sih? Bukain dulu kali ya. Gemes gue tuh yang samping-samping sini, yang atas dulu guys. Lawak banget ya, di atas ada chat Dani Nahida Pak. What the? Udah pistol air, iya. Ntar, aku mau sambil buka ini teleport atas. Sabar ya, Navia ya. Nanti ya, Kazu. Nanti. Berarti kita pakai si ini dulu kali ya? Apa? Wow. Pakai dia dulu kali ya, biar terbangnya gampang.
Are you sure it has to be me?
Cut. Biar terbangnya cepet guys.
Swollen Fury.
Oh iya, kita kemana dulu ya? Sana. Ya. Lumin patah tuh. Di mana sih itu aja? Oh itu. Ini apaan anjir? Ci. Oke, nggak paham aku. Hydro. Oh, wait. Aku pengen ngambil. Masih ada kan? Geonya nanti dulu. Oke. Set 4. Set. Kita ambil guys. Nice. Thank you. Sip. Udah guys, let's go. Kita terus ke atas. Buset, jauh banget coy. Spoiler, katanya nanti pas perang bakal muncul presiden. Presiden, maksudmu apa anjir? Aduh, terlalu banyak guys. Atau kita atur dulu deh,
Are you going to hold a festival?
Oh no, presiden jabur tangan. Waduh. Jalan kaki aja aman guys, aman. Tenang. punya wawan tuh nggak harus buat eksplorasi, aman guys. Lucu banget. Ih. Kalau gitu gue tangkep anjir. Apa tuh? Kok macam ada tanda F. R? Mana anjir? Oh, itu tuh di sana anjir. Ya ampun. Ini apa anjir? Ini apa ini? Wow. Bule fruit ini jeruk anjir. Ini buat jeruk anjir, mana ada bule fruit. Ya aku pengen lawan mereka guys, mau nggak? Tuh lihat tuh mereka tuh. Yaudah, yuk. Hai, level 89. Sini kamu.
Don't blink. Hey! Go the ship down!
Go!
Let's leave her a little. Yeah.
Gila. Keren nggak guys? Keren dong. Ini gimana lagi? Oh di atas ada. Lah itu gimana? Oh I see. Oh spam F, sorry. Oh alah.
I wonder who this gift could be from.
Hydro Sigil doang. Ya ampun, mengecewakan guys. Ini apa lagi? Ini suruh mana? What? Oh, Hydro.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines you.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom!
Incoming. Nowhere to hide.
Oh, langsung gede. Oh my god. Nggak jadi deh. Blooming aja ya kalau gitu. Blooming ya. Blooming. Loh, Dari sini kemana? Oh, di bawah. Ya ampun, nggak tahu guys.
I wonder who this gift could be from.
Kita terus satu lagi di situ. Nih. Ini ngapain coba di atas ya? Ini kalau gelut lagi sih nggak lucu ya. Hah, ini suruh ngapain?
Don't blink. Hey.
Oh, ya ampun, nggak tahu. Ah, harus pakai wawan ini harus pakai wawan. Nggak bisa guys. Ah, harus pakai wawan. Bentar. Kita butuh wawan kalau gitu.
This had better be important.
Oke. Sorry, gua nggak tahu. Oh iya harus.
Behold.
Oh no.
The wind rises.
Oh. Goblok aja.
Take it and have fun.
Oh, itu udah nggak ada ya? Di mana tadi? Chestnya, coy. Oh, itu tuh.
Behold.
Wow. Nice.
I see everything.
Oh, kita bisa ke atas. Oh, tuh di sana ya ampun. Alright. Apa itu robot apa di bawah tuh? Situ buset.
Squall and fury.
Bagus juga ya by the way. Oh, di situ belum kebuka setahu aku. Nanti di patch 4.1 kalau nggak salah. Alhamdulillah. Nah, di sini belum nih. Ini di mana lagi? Sorry. Ke sana. Katanya di sekitar Fontaine ini dindingnya tuh ada liftnya. Mana sih liftnya? Oh ininya di sini. Oh belum bisa. Berarti kita harus bikin relasi sama Archon Fontaine dulu guys.
The wind rises.
Bentar, itu di mana sih? Di sana kan, di atas apa? Hah? Di atas anjir.
Speed of light.
Nggak nyampe. Oh fuck. Ya udah, gini guys.
Squall and fury.
Gampang aja. Nah, ini enak. Gua nggak tahu liftnya guys, jadi sorry aja. Kalau kalian gemes. Aduh, nggak bisa ya. Berarti kita harus lewat mana ya? Ya manjat sih rivernya. Kita sambil lihat guys. Oh ini restoran ya bawah ya. Oh iya, kita bisa ke situ dulu. Geser dikit ke atas, ke samping. Oh, itu dinding ternyata. Ya ampun. Gue kira tempat buat pijak, sorry. Ah, akhirnya. Sebelah mana dah? Oh, di atas. Ya ampun. Ah! Ah, dari sini ke oh. Di mana ya? Sana apa? Di atas sana apa? Oh, di bawah. Oh, itu. Ya ampun. Oh, ada dinding yang hancur. What? Oh iya, aku belum nyoba berenang, guys. Mau lihat nggak? Kita belum nyoba berenang sama sekali, jadi ayo kita coba, guys.
Too slow.
Kita sana dulu kali ya.
Search forth.
Nah, kita berenang di sini kali. Mau pakai siapa? Nahida. Pakai Nahida nggak sih? Aku nggak tahu soalnya mau pakai apa. Ya ampun. Yuk, kita coba berenang, guys. Setar L kiri. Oh, yo, man. Keren, coy. Cepet juga berenangnya. Suaranya jadi mendelep gitu loh. Oh, HP. Oh iya, buat nge-heal. I see. Oh, bisa ngilin party di sini. Dinding gak kuat buat tsunami, kalah sama Jepang. Astagfirullah. Kita butuh dia.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
Apa ini? Satu. Oh, buat ngangkep. I see. Oh, G. I see. Alright. Iya, apa itu? Kecil banget. From Maritime Flower. Apa ini? Hai bocah. Suaranya lucu banget. Lucu banget ya, Bun. Loh. Tiba-tiba ke sini. Tiba-tiba nge-quest anjir. Oh my god. Quest coy. Pergi. Alright. Katanya ada hydroculus di sini. Oh, didindingin. Gimana caranya? Oh, ih lucu banget oysternya. Apa ini? Oh, lucu banget. Udah. Sini, ikut gue. Ikut gue. Dia main. Ih, lucu banget. Ya ampun, lucu banget coy. Aduh, suara gue. Awas jatuh. Oh, halo. Iya, Waduh, ini buat api coy. Gimana caranya? Emang dia masih bisa nyerang ya? Astaga. Nah, ntar kita ambil yang sigil tadi. Oh, udah lah. Oh, ini kayak emang ke heal gitu ya. Oh. Ini keren banget sih. Keren coy. Keren tapi tutup dulu ya itu. Bicara bahasa prasejarah, bahasa paling tua, bahasa Steve aja. Namanya. Hah? Oh, apa itu? Gimana cara ke dalamnya?
No, my soul. With sword comes shadow. Don't blink. Hey.
Wow. Lucu banget ya, ampun. Aku sempat Tuan Putri itu siapa? Wow, ini bisa jadi pet kita kah? Habis ini. Air jahat ya. Wow. Loh, airnya. What? Nanti apa anjir? Ikan gue. Ikan gue. Aduh, kok banyak ikan guys? Serang mekanisme kristal. Gimana caranya? Oh shit. Loh. I see. Nggak kena ya? Nggak kena dong. Gimana ya? Cara hancurinnya gimana anjir? Ah. Oh, ada yang gelut. Astagfirullah. Sorry guys.
I see everything.
Witness the power.
Aku pencet.
Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Hey.
Gila. Di hari-harinan. Hari-hari. Ah, ini nggak tahu nih. Saudara sama bebek. Oh. Wow. Iblis Nasius yang mana anjir? Lah. Kalau itu Narcissus Oceanid toh. Oke. Nah. Petit cowok saya. Sayang. Astagfirullah. Oke, ribet sumpah, ribet banget. Kenapa nggak sebut patung biasa aja sih? Narcissus turun. Cuman naga kecil doang, waduh. Ya ampun. Oh ya, ini apa sih? Ini apa sih? Kerang ya? Huh? Oh, chest.
You give, you receive.
Oh my god, banyak sesuatu di sini, guys. Ya, banyak sesuatu, maksudku banyak sesuatu di sini. Aduh. Lanjut nggak sih? Atau kita lanjut ketemu Navi aja dulu ya? Gue belum explore banyak sih. Oceanid kecil. Terlalu banyak yang harus dieksplor, guys. Ya, banyak banget, coy. Ini juga belum nih. Ini juga belum. Ya ampun. Ini juga banyak yang belum, anjir. Not. Nanti aja, guys. Nanti aja. Salah. Oh. Mari ya. Kita ke bawah. Ke sini. Sama ke sana, dulu deh. Kita bisa nangkep nggak sih? Oh enggak bisa. Ya. Lah. Bentar, nggak bisa. Kira bisa. Tadi bisa kan? Halo. Oh, bisa diambil. Halo. Mana? Oh, di atas. Oh shit, susah banget. Oh, lah, udah ada petnya kita. Ih, tidur dia. Oh. Heal dulu. Nice. Gila, suka banget gue. Bagus banget, coy. Bentar, ini kemana sih? Ya ampun, jauh banget. Oke. Oh, kita ikutin jalan, kita kisah ke atas. Alright. Nanti kita ke atas aja. Apa itu? Oji. I see. Susah juga ya. Gitu nih. Oke. Si? Oke. Hah? Loh, aduh, nggak ngeliat gue. Bentar. Itu. Oh, ini pertama. Aduh. Gua nggak ngerti ya sistemnya gimana, ya ampun. Ini bisa masuk gak sih? Oh, bisa. Blabberbis Beripa Clockwork Darshan Amurta. Ngapain? Dikasih makan ikan. Ya ampun. Oh, sorry. Oke, kita bakal balik nanti ya. Keren coy. Oh, tuh. Bukan. Ini ikan apa guys? Oh ini. Tadi gua nemu nih. Nah, kalau nggak salah ada pari deh. Oh, di bawah ya? Oh itu bukan. Armor crab untuk menahan. Oh, harus pakai tenaga hewan tertentu ya? Oh iya bener. I see. Nggak bisa. Harus cari crab yang bisa diambil. Oh lah, oh itu, ya ampun. Aji. Gimana cara matiinnya? Wah, gila serem. Jo. Gua kira bisa nge-heal. Halo. Ini kemana ya? Oh, ke atas. Di sini. Di bawah ada ini. Ini di mana? Ini juga belum nih. Yaudah, kita udahan dulu. Kita ke atas. Di Genshin update apa namanya? Update Fontaine. RM. Kesini ya. Oh, deket ini, Catherine. I see. Ya. Di mana ya? Oh, di bawah apa? Oh, di bawah kayaknya. Oh, tuh.
Add Astra.
Oh, ada merchant di sini. Mari kita tengok. No, you kidding? Nggak ada. Bentar, kita teleport ke Fontaine dulu. Fontaine Lounge. Pasti namanya itu nih. Halo Nugroho. Ayo bener lurus. Ah, 15 dong. Nah, karena kita fokusnya ke story dulu ya. Si Ariana di Najum apa sih ini? Ini latihan pasti. Terus ini gua nggak tahu apa. Dear. Ini sampai dua-duanya. Spectre. Oh, monolith. Not, oke. Kita ke Nazuma dulu. Not responding. Oh iya, party gue. Ya bener dong, party.
Are you going to hold a festival?
Nahida punya Nahida lucu guys. No, I just wanna go there, okay? Oh, that's Spectre. Hello.
Everyone hold hands.
Sini.
Fire hazard. Hey.
Lah, duanya di mana? Duanya di, oh alah. Yuk, turun. Turun lo. Turun anjir. Gak asik lu main di atas. Aduh.
Fuse is lit.
Balabut. Sini.
Share my knowledge.
Let me weave you a web. Don't blink. Cut to the chase. Hey!
Gak kena. Bentar. Satu sih. Sebelah mana? Oh itu, ya ampun. Hah? Ada 3, 2, satunya di mana? Aku bodoh banget sumpah. Berasa orang tolol aku guys. Kayak di bawah sana deh. Yang liat gue. Ini loh.
Everyone hold hands. Fire hazard.
Incoming. Hey!
Nice. Kita balik ke sebelah sana. Harusnya sebelah sini. Oh shit, dang it. Hey. Oh.
Make yourselves at home.
No, my sword! Nowhere to hide. Don't blink.
Lah, mereka cuma dari situ. Mbak Aci. Main tuh di sini.
I see everything.
Rain outlines your...
The fuse is lit.
Ah, shit. Malah masak.
Ooh, let me open it.
Itu di atas ya? Di mana sih domain? Beda. Ini apa lagi coba guys? Oh ini yang udah pernah gue lakuin nih. Oh iya benar. Monolith guys. Oh.
Sharing my knowledge.
Witness the power.
Here come the fireworks.
Cut to the chase.
Speed of light.
Rain outlines your...
Fire hazard.
Incoming. Hey! Hit the sword from shadow.
Goblok. Ah, tolong. Tolong. Ah. Oh my god, kaget gue, apa itu?
The Temple of Wisdom.
No, my sword! Rain cutter!
Speed of light.
Langsung cepet banget.
Cut to the chase.
Nah, tinggal nih satu nih.
Don't blink.
Ya ampun. Aduh, ngakak banget ya. Satunya di sini, Watatsumi. Aduh. Suara gua kedengeran senggau ya, anjir. Sorry. Fuck.
Rain outlines your fate.
Incoming. Hey. Make yourselves a room. This way, please.
Whoa!
Speed of light with sword from shadow.
You can't run! Well, neither can I.
I see everything. Don't blink. Time for a light show.
Don't be a killjoy! You just begun.
Witness the power.
Incoming. Nowhere to hide. Hey! Go to ship down!
Looks like I went too far.
Sharing my knowledge. Don't blink.
Yap. That's my favorite thing. Nge-heal dulu. Astaga. Satu lagi di sana ya. Yap. Nge-heal dulu. Ya ampun, nge-heal dulu. Gimana anjir. Ya udah, kita kesini sekarang. Sama.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Ampun. Nggak mungkin buat ini guys. Terus aku bilang nanti aja paling.
There'll be an extra fee for that.
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
Oh, in that case, I'll go order for us first.
Ooh, everything looks so good.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring...
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Oh, shit.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal?
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention, and the cup was right next to Paimon.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Waduh.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Loh. Chapter 2. Oh, bagian 2. Oke. Oh iya betul. Oke.
Just what will we come across this time?
Astaga.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Nah, segitu loh.
Vache. Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? That's kinda spooky.
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might... Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for... Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Oh.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me.
Vache?
I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be. No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, Tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, is that what you call it? Dissolving. If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Oh.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navi's outnumbered!
Loh. Loh. Baru bangun lo anjing.
Mademoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex.
Keluarin.
Rand?
Loh. Wow. Gila. Keluarin. Bisa nggak nih?
Quick, now's our chance!
Wow. Wah, gila coy. Wow. What? Are you okay, Cloris? Oh my god, mukanya tampak
Thank you for
gusar
lending
gitu.
us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means. deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
Jangan gegau. Ya ampun. Meme lagi gue liat. Aduh, capek banget aja. Baru bangun loh.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you...
Well, it can't be coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to high...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing to be...
New intel? What?
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that... Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have... Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate. You mean you'll help us investigate? Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? Also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Okay. Lele boys. Oh iya bener nggak sih nama? Gue tekan salah baca. Oh oke. Nggak tahu bacanya gimana itu. Nih. Gimana coba itu?
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed for—
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for—
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Huh? Oh. Oh, shoot. Hi. Tempat apa, coy? Waduh, turun. Oh. Ini apa, coy? Wow, ini di mana anjir? Kucing? Ah, kucingnya yang biasa. No. Mengecewakan.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Sorry, guys.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Wow. Sedih banget, coy.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that.
Ya, bingung juga sih bapak sendiri ya.
How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
Bentar guys.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just...
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, this won't do.
Paimon slept so well. Huh? Navia?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But
fish and chips
that does
weh.
prove
Waduh.
that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Sorry, Hilwana baru baca, aku baru lihat. Ya ampun, rada ngantuk gue.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to.
Saya nggak ada kuasa di Genshin. Waduh. Lanjut.
Kuasa.
And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Wow. Bentar, nggak segampang itu, bro.
Aren't you coming along, Navia?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice. The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Wow. Halo. Lihat, lanjut lagi. Kuasa. Waduh. Oke. Balik.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. This place does look pretty heavily guarded.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep.
Yep.
I can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy. So please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
Anjir, aksennya itu loh, wow.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Ah, thanks so much.
Please come in.
Wow. Dia di mana coba? Loh. Oh, di sana.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Wow. Next page-nya ada karakter dia aja ya ampun.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem.
Waduh.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
Oh.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Oh. Aww.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead.
Aww.
In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear.
Oh. Aduh, sedih banget nah.
If you
Kasian banget
truly
Navia.
regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
Oh.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all?
Oh.
Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything.
Oh, gila yang PA-nya keren coy.
There are still so many things I never got to tell him.
Ya ampun.
So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes.
Oh.
I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
Oh.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
Oh.
It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything.
Oh.
Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Oh. Sekecewanya itu kah? Oh my god. Ya, gue ngerti sih, cuman oh shit. Oh. Ah. Gua nggak nangis sih, coba gua kok kayak aduh kasihan banget tapi ya. Turunkan tahta. Oh.
Navia, are you okay?
Lah, hujan.
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain?
Huh?
Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the
I
authorities.
see.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now?
Sorry,
or do you want to head over by
sorry,
yourself
Darwin.
later? Great. Let's go then.
Ntar guys, lagi nunggu. Lagi loading. Loh. Loh, bentar, ada hydroculus di sini sebelah mana? Ih, burung apa itu? Hydroculusnya di sekitar sini. Oh, di bawah kayaknya. Oh, di sini. Lah. Di mana sih? Lah. Di mana? Sekitar sini kan, di atas kan? Oh, astagfirullahaladzim. Di situ ternyata guys. Benar. Mau ambil dulu. Habis itu kita mampir ke Navia guys. Sabar. Ya itu hydroculusnya di situ nggak kelihatan coy. Ya ampun. Malah ngestak begini. Oh, ke sana. Bentar, ini di mana? Oh, itu yang belum kita jelajahin kan? Kalau gitu gampang dong. Nah. Berarti gampang kita balik ke sananya. Kalau gitu kita coba buka waypoint di sana kali ya tuh. Patung Seven sana. Ini gimana lagi? Nah. Tempat mancing, let's go. Bentar. Tandain dulu guys. ikan apa anjir? Kita tandain dulu. Oke. Ya, kita coba nyelam lagi ya. Oh, turun ke bawah. Keren banget sih. Oh, tuh waypoint tuh. Itu apa anjir? Oh, belum bisa. Tadi. Oh, tuh, Hydroculus. Wah gila, kelihatan banget coy kalau pakai rok ya. Ganti Nahida aja lah. Oh, ditahan. I see. Kan? Aduh, susah banget. Hah? I see. Oh, itu di atas apa itu? Oh, ini Mora. Ya, paham. Gimana anjir? Nggak ada lagi yang bisa di... Oh. Ini apa? Gimana caranya? Wow, I see. Loh, apa yang kurang? Saya ada kah? Suaranya kayak angklung ya. Oh, di atas sana. Aduh. Ah. Wow, turun. Nggak ngeliat gue. Oh, gue harus ke situ. Bentar, turun. Nah. Oh, I see. Aku paham. Hah? Jadi gimana? Susah ya berenang ya. Oh, wait, I got it now. I see. Oh, ngelag. Wow, tempat apa ini?
Find anything you like?
Udah nggak ada lagi. Oh. Wow, keren sih. Kita ke atas berarti. Oh, ada ini. Ih, balon. Oke.
Are you going to hold the festival?
Kita pakai ini aja berarti. Oh, kita lurus terus ya. Ah, masih 7. Ya udah. Harusnya sebelah sana ya. Oh, masih jauh ya udah. Nanti aja kalau gitu. Ya ampun. Oh, ini apa ini? Wow. Oh, itu waypointnya. Ya ampun. Apa nggak bilang? Ini apaan? Airnya panas. Spa. Apa itu api ya? Waduh. Ini apa guys? Gampang ya. Hah? Oh, serius? Wah, aku nggak tahu apa itu. Kenapa ada treasure hoarder aja?
Halo.
I see everything.
Ngapain, Mel?
Lagi live stream.
Hah?
Lagi,
Live stream?
ya.
Di?
YouTube.
Wait, sabar aku nak ngecek. Main opo?
Genshin.
Oke, nggak kaget. Kenapa? Apa gunanya ya? Udah jelas.
Udah jelas.
Udah jelas kenapa gunanya.
Ke sini, ke sana, oke.
Nyoba live stream Genshin Archon Quest di Fontaine. Oh, lo Archon Quest belum kelar ya?
Iya. Aku lagi
baiklah.
keliling. Sabar.
Aing sudah kelar dan aku nggak akan spoiler. Aku anak baik, nggak kayak Sekai. Terima kasih.
Anjir lah.
Tuh, Sekai nggak spoiler aku, Cok.
Ini kita bisa ngambil nggak sih?
Wah.
Oh, burungnya nggak bisa ditangkap. Terus gimana?
Aku nggak tahu kenapa kalau baju sekolah jadi L tapi kalau baju main jadi M.
Agak lain.
L.
Hah.
Sabar. Koe tuh. Sabar, aku nih tidak menghina ya. Koe tinggi berapa?
Hah, maksudnya?
Tinggi koe berapa?
155. Bunga matahari. Oh my god. Halo.
Woi, ini kalau oh ya benar gue 165. Aku kira aku lebih tinggi dari itu. Ternyata tidak.
Ya. Ya. Mending berenang Jack. Ya, padem ya. Padem ya.
Aku jadi nge-cosplay. Ikut Mel.
Hah?
Ikut Mel.
Apaan?
Bogor.
Ngapain anjir?
Nggak tahu. Iseng aja gabut.
Di nggak ada anjir.
Lantar ajak Dani, Cok.
Males anjir.
Di?
Lagi ini anjir. Nggak tahu, lagi males aja gua.
Lagi males keluar.
Nah.
Males keluar ke warnet anjing.
Ya, maksudnya Oh, turun. Sorry.
Ya udah Mel, ntar gue masuk lagi, gue mau keluar lu bentar mau mandi.
Ya.
Oke.
Nah, dari sini
titip salam untuk viewers, terima kasih. Bye bye.
Ya. Lah, kalau di sini bukan lubangnya di mana anjir? Oh shit. Loh. Oh, si Krabby. Ah, di situ ternyata dia. I see. Ya udah, urusan kita udah kelar sih. Lah. Deket ternyata. sini kan? Ya ampun, gimana lagi nih? Hah? Wah, gua nggak tahu sih gimana.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Oh, down there. No, I just want to take it that. Oh, kucing Oyen di mana-mana ya. Ya ampun.
Melus, we're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
Poisson? Synth?
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wow.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Bukan ngobat. Ya, ada efek samping gitu sih dari itu.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation.
Jadi orang tak bersalah malah ngejual padahal nggak dibolehin aja.
Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as you're and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and can't give up.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take...
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live.
Oh, no.
And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public.
Okay. Ah, shit. Makin ribet aja loh masalahnya.
If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No. I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss.
Aww.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him.
Oh my goodness, no.
Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world.
Aww.
But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Oh iya, satu lagi di mana
I've
ya?
always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Nah, dia bagus. Nah, yang satu laginya hilang kemana,
Thank
coy?
you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Aw, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Apa kabar, Nek? Baik, El.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Ooh. Gimana? Oh, di sana. Sana ada satu lagi, oh ini. Nice.
It is settled then. Please excuse me, and
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Oh.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Adele. Wah gila penyanyi, guys. Adele anjir.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize.
Ya ampun, Adele.
After my husband died, Spina
Adele.
di Rusula sent
Dipanggilnya
us a lot of
Adele.
mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt.
Allah heal.
On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to.
Oh.
Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Ya, nggak mungkin juga.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah. Papa was a really good man.
Oh.
The best in the whole world.
Oh.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons, regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Bocah.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you.
Oh.
Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
Yeah, let's go.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Bentar, aku mau oke. Lima rainbow rose cuman ini. Tidalga, oh itu yang ini. Roma tim, gua nggak tahu itu. Wah ini sih orang gila ya. Oke, nanti deh. Oh, bisa dapat bunga itu dari sini. Wow. Mau nyobain lini dulu nggak guys? Mau nyoba deh, nih kita coba dulu ya. Sebelum lanjut quest. Kita kelar jam 7 deh, nggak tahu dah. Udah mau jam 5. Ya ampun. R ya? Oh iya bener. Wow, keren banget. Ntar aku OTW, waduh oke. Nanti aja, aku masih nge-quest. Oke. Wow. Sempat ngeblink tapi balik lagi ya. Oke. Emang harus dilanjutin. Kalau nggak dilanjutin kayak tadi, coy. Aneh banget, coy. Yuk kita cobain. Salah.
And voila! Here comes the finale.
Get with me! Out of my way!
Boba, get them! You're toast!
Adventure, let's light it up! I'm going! Now disappear! A round of applause! Stay calm, stick to.
Out of the frying pan!
Step right up!
Katanya Lini mainnya mirip Gajum ya, mencet attack sakitnya. Pantesan. Pantesan sakit tadi damage-nya. Aku nggak ngeliat lagi. Ngepush siapa nanti? Aku bingung antara Yelan sama Lini. Tapi kayaknya lebih ke Zhongli. Itu dua pilihan yang sulit tuh. Yang fase 2 kayak
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Oh, okay.
Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
Okay. Bentar, gue tadi mau ngambil hadiah bisa. Lah, ya nggak kehitung, gue kira kehitung. Sialan. Ya udah, nanti guys. my god. Anjing. Ini jenis baru ya? Ini lucu banget ya. Kalau nggak salah di yang tempat Opera House itu ada yang mirip Golden Retriever kan. Yang ini ya ampun. Teman Woody. Teman Woody coy. Lucu banget ya man. Iya, model anjing baru ada 2. Yang ini sama yang di depan Opera House itu baru juga itu. Iya, biasanya kupingnya naik kan, ini beda. Kalau di sini kuping anjingnya pada turun semua. Ya, oke. Lanjut kita, guys.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callis was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. My first reaction was that Mr. Callis's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callis was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys?
Air primordial.
But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today, no matter what others might say. He'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Oke, ini orang nggak bersalah menurut gue. Nggak bersalah menurut gue. I mean, ya dari perkataan sih. Gue nggak tahu ya. 900. Di mana anjir? That's too much far away, dude. Tadi orang yang awal Florent, siapa sih namanya tadi? Oh, Oh, this guy. Aku curiga sih sama dia tuh. Tuh, dia ngeliatin. Halo.
Hey, Thierry.
Iya.
It's me.
Motion blur-nya dihitupin.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at...
Oh, so you've got news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Kalis did a fantastic job running the
Mau
town,
dimatiin kah
building
motion blur-nya?
Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Ngapa? Lu curiga, ha? kamu curiga? Kita buat teman, ha?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
Wow. Kok ngomongnya patah-patah gitu ya?
If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
No, you didn't. No, you don't. No, gak percaya gue.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own.
Wait a second.
Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Kenapa lu menghindar? Tidak mungkin bisa gunakan mereka. Maksudmu apa? Mukamu begitu aja.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret.
Menghapus nomor seri yang sudah ada dan ada juga tidak semudah yang kamu bayangkan. Kira nomor seri itu habis diproduksi langsung dikasih gitu kan. Tapi kalau nggak ada nomor serinya berarti dibikin diem-diem, coy.
So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units.
Benar, unit pribadi guys.
They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or
gak mungkin
close.
orang miskin, coy.
Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation.
Okay.
I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Kau masih percaya nggak percaya sih? Aduh, V. Di bawah. Ini kan ininya. Apa liftnya? Gue jarang ke lift loh. Gue naik dinding coy. Lift sedang menuju ke lantai saat ini. Oke. Lama ya? I hear that. Oh, baru datang nih. Oh. Oh. Kayak di awal deh. Gak mungkin di sini. Oh iya bener dong. Ini bunga apa sih? Ini apaan anjir?
Looks like we're running out of type 3
No,
screws.
Looks like 4.
What? Ada ayunan dalam lift. Pi. Ini mana sih? Di luar. Loh. Jalan keluarnya kemana? Oh sana ya ampun. Sorry. Ini muter doang. Lah. Berarti ke lantai 2 deh. Sorry. Di luar berarti dia. Mana pintunya? Oh nih. Oh iya betul. Loh, di dalam. Oh di bawah. Tapi kita nggak bisa. Oh shit. Udah amat kita terbang aja guys. Nih. Oh di bawah. Oh di sana. Lucu banget anjingnya. Woi, bangsawan bet lo. Boci, boci, gak tau lah. Fonta. Ini dong. Orang baru nih bro. Ada lagi yang baru? Fermented juice. Gak banyak guys. Ya gak banyak hehe. Oke, thank you.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Oh, pintu depan tadi bel tidak. Oh, sorry. Gak ngeliat aku coy.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Okay.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my...
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress.
Akang Marcel yang jadi pelawak coy.
I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the opera house. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the opera house too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery?
Siapa sangka?
I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me. So it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Ako curiga yan.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See it?
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Jadi yang di suspek itu.
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Aduh, ke atas lagi. Jadi gue curiganya sama yang guard itu. Ini gue didorong. Oh shit.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Yang mana nih El? Gua nggak tahu asli. Aduh.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering on—
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quick. Who could it be? You know, if you think everything—
Could we be missing other suspects?
Malou, the suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
No, bilang.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit.
Aduh, nggak
I
dapat
won't
apa.
have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to...
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Arrhenius. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Oh shit.
Now that Navia has set out for Arrhenius, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Oh, bisa dong.
Everyone hold hands. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, I got it now. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Ya ampun.
Rain outlines your fate.
Oh, tuh, tuh,
Body
tuh.
and mind.
Aduh, beneran butuh.
Just what will we come across this time?
Wow, bisa ngambil kita. No! Oh my god, susah banget tuh.
Water jet!
Aduh, susah banget, coy. Gimana ya? Oh, harus dari tiga-tiganya kali ya? Aduh. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. What just happened? Oh itu, ya ampun. Wait a second. Gimana sih cara lompat? Gue lupa. No. Gimana? Oh ya.
This an answer from this world?
Oh, I see. Oh. Oh, let's pick head then.
Let me read you. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Hey!
What's that?
You give, you receive. Water jet!
sebelah mana? Nanti aja lah. Ya. I see. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, okay? I didn't mean to. Oh, harus barengan. Oh, kalau gitu kita ke bawah. Oh, shit. Mereka ngejar kita. Ya, oh, harus dibawa banget ya.
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Sementara itu di Opla Epic List. Astaga.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of.
Wow.
However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
Whoa.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right?
Ooh.
I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alah.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere!
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation.
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Oh, shit.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained... of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. The testimony of the victim's family, however, in the end he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
That's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been...
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Udah tobat ya.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice.
Kenapa, ada apa?
Nggak, gua geser dulu ini bu karaktermu.
Minta lagi?
Enggak, apa sih? Tadi kan karena lu keluar gua tutup gua ini ilangin. Apa sih udah hilang kan karakternya. Pas lu muncul tuh dia di belakang gue geser dulu karakter gue. Adalah agak lain. Nah,
Kelainan sih.
Agak lain.
What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate.
Emang sepanjang itu kah?
I was able to become
gimana
Spina
ya,
di
lu harus
Rosula's
kumpulin
president, which
bukti
made
dan
me
segala
harder to
macam.
target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn.
Seribet itu.
And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Si Mbak ini loh.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake.
Anjir. Kenapa Dan?
Enggak ada apa-apa kok.
Aman.
But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist,
Kalau
I've fought many
tolol.
battles and taken a
Kurang
countless
ajar.
number of dishonored
Apa sih?
lives.
Bukan vokal tolol kan?
In my line of work, I've seen all
Vokal
kinds of
saya
people
lagi
give
beda
their
sekarang.
all for the faintest hope to continue living.
Vokal saya lagi beda.
Some were
Dia biarin.
determined, others
Malu
passionate,
dia
and
gara-gara
some
ini
even manic and
apa
twisted.
dikalahin sama traveler di pengadilan.
Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is
Referral
hoping to live
ditantang.
or if they're
Ditantang lagi.
looking to die.
Ditantang maksudnya.
I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Lah, lu dari mana aja goblok? Lu cuma lihat doang tolong.
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are
Nyebelin
connected via a
banget.
matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a
Jacques.
result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations. And alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again.
Udah mulai deh nih.
I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Dari Snezhnaya.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
Oh shit, this is so freaking hard. How to do? Oh shit, susah guys.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
Oh. Vache?
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Alah, lawak banget.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Oke, balik ke perspektifnya Traveler sama Paimon. Capek banget gue. Ngurus persidangan susah juga coy. Astaga. Lu kalau dari awal tuh capek banget dan asli dan. Ya bentar.
Buset.
Cek. Sabar. Gue mau lihat ya dulu, sorry. Hitam kali bang. Bisa nggak sih di level up dulu? Ya ampun. Alhamdulillah. Kenapa di event anjir? Baru sadar lagi gue. Empat lagi. Yaudah. Oh shit. I didn't mean it. Tolol juga gue. Ya udah lah ya. Oh, mentok anjir, kaget gue. What the hell is that? Hai. Oh, pengaturan party. Oh, lawannya mereka lagi. Halo, kalian berdua. Uji, sebentar ya. Alright. Yap.
know my sword.
This may turn time for a light show.
Oh, 5.000 coy.
Nowhere to hide.
Gila. Tumben banget loh.
Don't blink.
Committed to memory.
Tumben banget serakannya Yoimiya 5.000. What the hell? Oke, kecampaian ya.
Whoa! The floor is going up.
Wow.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Wow. That's freaking cool, bro. Whoa, look at this, bro. Oh, ini kaca ya.
Mama. Apa sih kamu ini loh? Barangan. Discordnya masih nyala. Kalau mau ngomong positif bentar dulu.
Kaget gue. Ya ampun.
Gue lagi kaget anjir.
Take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Okay. It should be down there, but apparently we should going somewhere else.
Maaf guys, tadi ketunjukan Ade guys. Biasalah.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, I see. Yo, that's cool, bro. Disuruh ngapain ya? Nggak bisa ke atas. Apa? Lah, ini nyebelin banget. Gimana ya? Oh, ya harus. Oh ini aja. Wow, alright.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Aduh, dijaga, coy.
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom.
Body and mind. Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain out.
The fuse is lit.
Here comes the fireworks. Incoming.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
I let my guard down. Rain outlines your fire hazard. That didn't count.
Oh, kok nge-lag anjir.
Share my knowledge.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
Gila, panik gue. Okay, dah.
Time to act.
Ruang di dalam ruang. Ya ampun. Oh. Oh, look at this place, bro. Aduh. Guys. Bentar ya. AFK dulu. AFK dulu, guys. Ya ampun.
Gak boleh.
Mau kencing. Bentar. AFK dulu, guys. Bentar, guys. Ya, sambil lihat aja lah kalian tuh. Lihat aja. Bentar. Gua mute dulu, sabar.
Oke teman-teman, para viewersnya Mbe. Jadi hari ini Mel udah streaming selama 4 jam dan I don't know berarti apa yang dilakukan selama 4 jam itu. Pada intinya, ya gitu guys. Jadi gitu. Gitu guys, ya benar, makasih.
Oke, balik. Oke, let's go. Lanjut. Pas banget lagi.
IM minimal 800 lah, bacot ser. Mending lu sini. Lu sini masuk ke VC terus ikutin cocok kita.
Tai.
Sini lo ser. Sini gak lu ser. Sini wajib ke sini, wajib kudu dan harus.
Ring cutter. Hit incoming. Grow. Speed of light. Hey. This way through the river. The Temple of Wisdom.
Fontaine, Kalian.
Go bishop down. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Hey.
Yeah.
No, my sword. Time for a light show. With sword comes shadow.
Mau apa lu, ha? Coba ganti ininya. Habis ntar. Ini dah.
Rain outlines your fate.
Oh shit. Ya lang. Nice. Okay.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the opera house and help.
Ya, tenang. Ada waypoint. Oh iya, bisa nggak? Nggak bisa dong. Oh bisa, masih bisa.
What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Ah, tai.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things, huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here?
Lihat muka Paimon ya pun. Sekaget itu kan. Aduh. Mama, aku kena spoiler Fontaine, bodoh amat.
They were turned into water, and all the boxes of things. These names.
Panggilan kepada Oser untuk kemari ke PC.
Waduh.
Bila mana Anda tidak datang dalam waktu 30 detik, maka akan dikenakan sanksi administrasi.
What's this over here?
Berapa mil kira-kira?
Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Waduh. Paimon, sabar Paimon. Tenang, tenang, tenang.
Traveler, Paimon will try her best.
Lucu banget lagi Paimon.
Paimon's never read something so scary before. How could someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone?
Ya lu.
You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Alah.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water? In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Okay. Aduh, ih nyangkut mulu, heran gue.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating...
Okay.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep. It's about finding someone to assess. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely.
Oh.
I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war
Lah,
as
Pak
long
Imonnya
as
udah
we
gak pakai
don't
kacamata
touch
lagi, Bu.
Navia.
Enggak.
Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Udah kelar kan tadi.
They're all just so evil.
Okay. Thank you for the info. Oh iya itu udah. Oh ini. Oh ini.
Whoa. There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa. There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep. It's super obvious.
Oke, harus udah keluar ya.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like, we haven't found anything that reveals. No wonder even Nervalet wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit. Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this
Mana
guy
ikan
either.
bilisnya?
Mana ikan bilisnya?
Mana ikan bilisnya? Hey, Paimon. Kemana ikan bilisnya?
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully.
Okay.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Apa lu cari campilan goblok emang?
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too.
Oh.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Vinier's grown son?
Berarti bener ya, Marcel ya.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
Gua kira bakal si yang prajurit. Oke, I got it now. Mama, aku kena spoiler Fontaine, bodo amat.
And whose image do you see? Mark, is it a man named Vache?
Wow.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Oh, sabar bang. Bang,
It's
sabar.
all right, Monsieur Nervalet. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Kok di baik sih? Hey, Furina, are you okay? Kamu nggak kepentok kepala lagi kan?
Kan sudah dibilang Furina tolol.
Nge-lag soundboardnya. Ya, nge-lag soundboardnya. No, nge-lag soundboardnya.
Jangan pernah membuka.
Iya, nge-lag soundboardnya.
Baru nongol.
Baru nongol anjir. Aku bisa pakai ini.
Ayo pukul aku, pukul aku.
Loh, kok bisa ya?
Kuduring.
Oke, dah cukup dengan sunburn dah.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's
Fontaine.
motive has now been established.
Gak salah denger
This
gue.
information
Agak,
regarding
dia buka.
your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Oh.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like
Bentar.
to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this?
Masih
Pay
nggak
attention
kuat.
to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of
Ujung-ujungnya
your
dia
eyes?
jujur anjir. Ya ampun.
No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me.
Waduh.
They said
Ceritanya
there's
sangat
no way a
amat
human
seperti
being can turn into
Libas
water.
banget ya.
So I must have gone
Indosiar
mad
banget
from
cuy.
grief.
Enggak,
Venia's death
Indonesia
was
banget.
brushed away by all of you, as if it didn't matter at all.
Enggak, emang drama banget cuy. Waduh, orang gila mana.
Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Anjir.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve!
Orang mabok.
Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed callous still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
Gila, oh emang udah gila nih Marcel anjir.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Tekanan mental tuh. Udah gila. Udah gila anjir.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Venier. I promise. We made a promise. Venier. Venier. Please, Venier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Alright.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vache and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Venier.
Oh.
During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vache as a result. Vache learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vache discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vache decided to assassinate their president Calus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vache expected, he was able to turn Calus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene.
I see.
And just recently, Vache attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vache's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all.
Nice.
The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vache.
Wow. Wow.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vache is guilty.
Guards! Take Vache away.
Wow.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances cases.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Badut. Badut Fontaine. Badut Fontaine, coy.
Kesimpulannya adalah orang yang jujur, baik dan berotot itu biasanya penjahat ya guys ya, belum tentu baik.
Gak gitu anjing.
Nah ini storynya gitu.
Gak gitu. Capek banget gue sama Dani.
He's hurt so many innocent
Asli deh, itu
people
karakter
and
tuh
now he's
kayak
finally
sakit
getting what he
pinggang anjir.
deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending.
Kenapa, Cilde? Kenapa?
Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Waduh.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Wow.
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
Wow.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Aduh, curiga gue. Curiga gue.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, And thus, it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charge. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
Loh, loh, ada apa ini? Dan
Hah? Hah?
bersalah.
Hah?
What the?
What?
What? Apa ini lo kok disalahin?
Aku kok bersalah?
Iya. Bentar, lanjut.
Lanjut.
Dia kaget juga.
Hey! That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent?
Aku soalnya gak begitu peduli sama.
What the hell?
What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
Wow.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court.
Oh shit.
We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Curiga gue.
Kayaknya yang di itu deh, yang di trailer deh.
Ya betul.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke.
What a joke.
You've got your rules.
Well, I got mine too. Whoa.
Awas bang, inani lahir ntar bang. Bang, inani lahir ntar bang.
Wow, masih banyak coy. Wah, gila. Mau yang versi 2 dia. Woi, udah coy, nanti lu hilang gitu. Ini kalau sampai kita lawan lagi sih. Hah?
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Sekali tonjoknya. Wow. Aduh, nih orang ada masalah apa, coy?
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Beberapa leak sama ininya ya, story yang sedang kamu play ini. Kayaknya tuh apa namanya? Inti dari ceritanya ini lebih ke arah si pengadilannya dibandingkan sama Archonnya, anjir.
Iya. Tapi ini bentar lagi kita bakal ngomong sama Archonnya.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it.
Masalahnya Archonnya itu dongo gitu.
Iya, udah macam bocil dongo. Lawak banget. Hai.
Dia mempermainkan keadilan nih, ada kacau nih.
Nggak tahu deh, kita lihat aja dulu.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
Malu dia.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the oratrice herself?
No, I think it's not.
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Uh-oh.
Hello.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's results.
Panik.
The way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my
menyebalkan emang nih orang.
shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance with
Sorry,
for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment.
Bawa kok pengakuan, Bang?
If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo! Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
Milih untuk kabur, emang lawak banget si Furina ini. Tolol.
Dia memilih untuk kabur.
Tolol. Bego. Dong.
Archon tolol.
Capek banget gue. Ya ampun Furina.
Lebih tolol daripada Fontaine. Oke guys, rating Archon tertolol adalah Furina.
Aduh, ngakak banget gue. Soalnya kalau Paimon nggak salah nangkep, maksud kamu kita nggak perlu terlalu percaya apa yang dia bilang tadi, begitu?
She probably just put on that performance to save
Biar nggak malu.
face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Wow.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Not sure gue. Wow, kenapa sih malah jadi beda, guys? Bingung aku. Aneh betul anjir.
Gedung opera udah kayak, jadi gedung persidangan sama opera nyatu gitu.
Enggak, emang dipakai dua fungsi buat peradilan, soalnya tuh di sana tuh. Ada buat saksi pelaku sama yang hakim. Itu di atas buat si Furina, terus hakim agungnya, wah kurang tahu. Gue lupa. Hakim agungnya di sana, di dekat timbangan. Nggak tahu deng. Bingung gue. Lupa juga gue tempatnya, sialan. Kita bisa ke atas itu nggak sih? Wawannya. Pakai wawan coy. Gimana cara naik?
Yaudah aku FK dulu deh. Terlalu seru sidangnya tadi, udah kayak sidang Sambo.
Astagfirullahaladzim. Jangan sebutin gue. Mau disebutin.
What do you want from me?
Gue butuh sayap lu. Kenapa emang?
Quit following me.
Masalah. nggak nyampe lagi. Nggak bisa dong. Mampus gue.
Squall and Fury.
Nggak bisa dong. Ampun, harus gua ituin.
The wind rises.
Nggak nyampe guys. Gimana ya?
Too slow.
Nggak bisa di ini sekarang. Ya ampun, sedih banget coy. Gua kan juga mau lihat. Nggak bisa juga di sini. Oke.
Squall and Fury.
Iya, nggak nyampe guys. Oke. Berarti nggak bisa ya. Belum bisa untuk sekarang. Belum bisa untuk sekarang guys. Belum bisa. Belum bisa.
Something's come up?
Commit it to memory.
Dia bisa baca pikiran orang Fontaine nggak ya? Oh, nggak bisa, cuman Sumeru doang, ya ampun.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him! Traveler! Hey, Traveler!
Marcel, what are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case...
Thank you. Thank you. You're...
Oke, dibolehin. Capek banget sih.
No, my sword!
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing.
Vache!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey!
What?
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
Oh no.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me.
Oh.
I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Whoa.
Wait, you are not Vinier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifices.
Whoa.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then, where is Vinier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you.
What?
This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became?
Whoa.
You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly
Makin dijadiin mentalnya
The
coy.
only thing you are not is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Oh, I see.
No! Vinier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vinier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you.
Oh.
She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Wow.
Vache.
Vache?
Vache.
Vache.
Vache. Drown.
Oh, jadi film horor. Jadi film horor anjing. What the hell? Beberapa hari kemudian. Wah, gila, hujan lagi dong. Jadi yang
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Aw, thank you, Silver.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Oh, wow.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Charlotte.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose.
Wow.
To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Yeah.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarand out for a meal.
What?
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him. That includes me.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Oh, wait. Hujannya belum berhenti. Kok ini kayak pertanda ya? Mencurigakan, coy. Wah, hujannya kalau belum berhenti dari beberapa hari yang lalu, kayak apa ya?
Pertanda mau perang.
Bukan tanda mau perang, Jo. Kan ada ramalan yang bilang Fontaine
This
bakal
is where my
tenggelam.
father's grave is.
Oh.
To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for...
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait, that figure.
Hmm?
Isn't that Nervalet?
No.
Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
Oh, dia juga sedih, say.
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Nervalet. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Poisson.
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival.
Wow.
But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day.
Wow.
Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
Oh.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
So Navia and Nervalet seem to have made their peace as well.
Oh.
Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Biasanya sih tidak boleh terbang ya kalau di depan makam orang.
Paimon didn't know that was a thing. Paimon doesn't know what shooting
Itu iseng banget anjir.
Oh no.
Oh
Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be
Wah, dia beneran.
Anyway, Nervalet is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Iya benar. Gila, Hakim Agung lebih bisa ngobrol sama kita ketimbang Archonnya sendiri, heran gue. Foto dulu nggak sih, keren sih ini. Gimana ya? Kan foto dulu guys. Dia nengok lagi. Terus efeknya
bisa gitu.
Oh shit. Gini. Ah, fuck. Gimana ya? Oh ya begini. Tolong lewat. Sembunyikan informasi. Enggak deh. Iya ampun. Nice. Dah. Yeah. Udah, cukup. Bentar guys. Achievement. Wow. Nggak ada lagi.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine.
Wow.
And it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Wow.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Wow.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Wow.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for
Berarti
good.
ini udah kelar dong ceritanya.
Belum, masih ada Archon quest nanti di 4.1.
Oh.
Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
So biasanya kalau yang Q&A gini di akhir-akhir anjir.
Ini buat dia doang.
That about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present,
Soalnya
I
kita
think
belum
we
ngomong
reached a
sama
point where we have no
Archonnya
choice
sendiri.
but to confront this
Sama
prophecy
sekali belum.
directly.
Belum. Itu Farina masih malu, Bang. Ngajir sumpah.
Sombong banget.
Tadi dia kabur, cow. Buat apa juga? Lu Archon macam apa anjing? Heran gue.
Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon
Oh, kan?
left to the
Archon
world
itu
before she
tuh.
passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs.
Kiamat ya Fontaine.
Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
Mau nge-streaming quest story.
If the rumors are true, then perhaps this prophecy is the
Aku masih
conundrum
nyimakin
left to
story-nya
Farina
Mel
by her
dulu.
predecessor.
With Farina
Soalnya
being the
kelamaan
way she
nunggu
is,
Semeru Aranara itu
solve it?
bangsat banget kayaknya ntar.
Emang silahkan. Aku aja belum keluar.
Oh, Aranara itu quest dunia ya?
Lihat aku sini.
Is there anything else you'd like?
Shell.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such
Jangan-jangan
as self-awareness.
mesinnya emang dibuat dari sisa-sisa Archon terdahulu mungkin. Ya nggak sih? Wah, ini sih gila sih.
Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
So when Lenny told us that he heard a
Huh?
human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored,
I was not aware such a
Oh,
thing had
kita
occurred.
perang sama
Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I'll
Hakim
add that
Agung
to the
ini.
list of items to
Waduh.
investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on
Okay.
Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though. The time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama.
Drama dan ban perasaan. Ya Furina tolol emang. Ya Furina emang tolol. Tolol banget. Tai. Tai banget emang Furina.
While we do intend to get to the bottom of this,
Kan udah lama
for now,
tolol
we
kon.
regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
if you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Tentang saudaraku. Oke.
Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Segitu dulu.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memoria.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Wow. Coba ini bisa di SS coy. Coba ini bisa di SS. Tolong.
Itu, ada.
Tapi ada tuh teks ya, sedih banget coy.
SS aja ntar tinggal di apa namanya? Tinggal di mana tuh? Tinggal di erase di Photoshop kalau misalnya bisa.
Ya, nggak paham gue. Ntar guys, gue nitip di chat publik lah. Tapi gue nggak ngerti pakai Photoshop.
Ntar lah itu. Kalau bisa ya.
Iya. Abis ini kelar nih. Ya ampun capek banget coy. 2 sidang loh. Sialan emang.
6 jam loh kamu nge-streaming loh 6 jam. Gila harus itu story 6 jam.
itu dua X1 sama X2. Wah, gila.
Berarti itu udah kelar.
Wawancara Steamber. Oh iya, tinggal quest dunia doang.
Oh.
Ada quest story, Linet ya? Lini. Oh, nanti saja. Capek gue. Habis ini pulang gue.
Tidak ada teman-teman.
Aduh, ada mereka lagi.
Aduh, aku tidak ditemenin.
Bentar. Kok ganti party dulu deh. Oke, siapa ya? Masa pakai Kirara?
Let's go out and play.
Nara.
I see everything.
Halo.
Yeah. Make yourselves at home.
Rain outlines your fate.
The fuse is lit.
Wah,
witness the power of Gwa.
This made her a little.
Susah banget lawan ini.
Yeah. Cut to the chase.
Jangan tanya barusan aku ngapain.
Not
Kamu ngapain?
As far
Lawan
as treasure is
Hydro Idol.
Tulus. Idolan.
Oke, udah guys, capek. Yeay. Ya, gue juga capek sih, ya ampun.
Apakah kamu akan mampir di PC lagi?
Nggak tahu, bentar lagi gue pulang 8:30. Oh, ini tempat mancing ya. Ya Allah.
Mulai kali ya.
Aduh.
Kita ke toilet dulu deh ntar.
Oke, udah segitu doang. Alright. Wah, nggak mungkin sini. Main PT nggak ya? Gue mau ngelos. Aduh. Ya udah, kita coba guys. Bentar ya. Sialan.
Aku FK mau sian bentar.
Oh, oke. Nah, mengecewakan ya. Capek banget sih. Masa kita pakai ini, nggak mungkin dong. Satu deh. Ya dasar. Oh shit. Beneran pengen dikabulin coy. Gue pernah bilang kalau gue pegang C6 barbar atau kayak anjir, what the hell. Udah C3 ya ampun. Orang serem mana. Oh ya, aku belum bisa ngasih dia ini apa sih senjata yang bagus. Belum ada ini coy. Ini bilang nih critical damage, sisanya nggak ada. Oh, dia ada line revenant 5. Bisa gacha sekali lagi.
I only bring in things that have a name.
Salah, bukan itu.
Come on, anak.
Nah, bodo amat. Yuk, gua nggak tahu. Ya udahlah ya.
Procrastinating. Let's go.
Mau penutupan di mana ya? Harus cari tempat penutupan yang pas, guys. Kita lihat dulu. Gak ada ya. Ada tempat yang belum dikunjungin sih kayak di sini. Ini juga belum. Wah, gak. Harus gua ituin ini guys. Oh, ini poison. Ini by slope of money. Ah, nggak tahu omongnya susah. Di sini deh penutupan kita. Kita penutupan di sini aja guys. Rainbow Rose. Oh ini. Oh iya. Oke. Oh ini yang deh. Oh, dapat regeneration coy. Nice.
Udah end stream Mel.
Ya, udah mau end stream.
Udah mau atau udah selesai?
Mau. Hey guys. Jadi thank you yang udah nonton dari awal sampai akhir. Atau mungkin ada yang udah mampir, thank you banget. Gua mau pamit dulu. Ya, thank you. Gue bingung cara closing guys.
Ya, terima kasih sudah nonton. Sampai jumpa di video selanjutnya. Di streaming selanjutnya. Mungkin kalau misalnya pengen streaming lagi ya intinya stay tune dengan cara subscribe dan juga nyalain loncengnya. Saya Amel pamit undur diri. Sampai jumpa dan jaga kesehatan.
Dadah guys.
Oke, sekarang aku mulai.